Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the TC's Rockets Series Standard event. My name is Joe Vetti. I'll be here with you throughout the day. We've got 5 rounds of Swiss, followed by a cut to top 8, keeping you up to speed on all of the standard action. For our first round, we've got Chaz Tanner on the left-hand side of the screen, two-time Rocket Series champion, playing Gabby Ruiz, who took down the last season. We did not intentionally pair the two, just happened this way, and we figured this was a great way to start off this event. Chaz on the left is playing the quote-unquote living end deck. We see him with a Watery Grave and Pass, and Gabby on the right is playing some mono red. Chaz using the cycle ability, Harvester of Misery, taking out Gabby's Hired Claw. Gabby playing a Razorkin Needlehead, passing back over to Chaz. So this living in deck Chaz is playing is one of the new decks that have come out with the Spider-Man set. It uses the Superior Spider-Man, which is a 4-drop, to copy the Bringer of the Last Gift, which is a big demon from the Ixalan set. And then you can see it in Chaz's hand right there on the right-hand side, or it just got shuffled. And it gives you like a living death or a living end effect, because the demon only triggers when you've cast it. So you can't use like a Zombify or anything like that to get the effect, but you do cast the Superior Spider-Man. It enters as a copy of the Bringer of the Last Gift. And then you wipe the board and reanimate all your creatures. And Chaz has a suite of big creatures with powerful effects. Like we see the Harvester of Misery in the graveyard. We see 2 Vein Rippers. And so ideally, you can just Harvester trigger with the Vein Rippers, wipe the board of any small creatures your opponent has in the graveyard, and just combo kill them with that. Worst case, you're set up with a bunch of big flying 6/6s, which usually is a pretty good way to end a game of Magic. Back over to Gabby. Got a Soulstone Sanctuary with an Emberheart Challenger, getting in with her 2 creatures there. And Gabby is playing the mono red deck that's been popular recently. It's shown to have a very, very good matchup against the VV deck, the VV Cauldron deck. Ooh, and we see a Spider-Man from Chaz. Actually, apologies, not a Spider-Man. That is... This is Spider-Man. Apologies. Used to the different art there. Yeah, so Chaz has the Harvester of Misery with that copy right there. So just played that, got the -2/-2 effect on the board to clear Gabby's creature out. Also, the benefit of Superior Spider-Man, it's already a 4-drop. You get to make it larger, which is very, very useful against these mono red decks or any other aggressive deck, because you get these big blockers that just make it really difficult for your opponent to keep attacking in profitably. See an Esper Origin from Chaz. Gabby's trying to set up, just hopefully trying to just kind of push through and overwhelm Chaz, what he's got going on. So we see all 3 of her creatures there. They're all going to get benefits from targeting them or getting some buffs, like the Emberheart Challenger, which before the previous bans, taking out a lot of the past mono red mouse deck, was one of the key pieces there. All right, Gabby draws for turn. She's got 3 cards in hand there. Playing a mountain. Doing some math here, making sure I want to go in. Waiting to see. Gabby's very, very well versed, very familiar with playing these red aggressive decks. So she definitely knows what she's doing, and I'm sure is definitely more experienced and better than me at this. We'll know the correct time for when she has to move and when it's correct to stay back. Because at this point, if she attacks, she'll be losing a creature, potentially taking out Chaz's creature if he blocks, but that'll be a trade, and the damage there might or might not be worth it in the long run. And she decides it is. Chaz getting pinged on attack. The trigger there. And decides to block the Emberheart Challenger. Two mana from Gabby there for... I actually did not see that card, apologies. And Chaz playing a card, getting the removal there off the Bitter Triumph. And Gabby down to just the Hired Claw in play. Chaz has 2 turns before his Overlord of the Bailmerk turns into a creature. Gonna bring back the Esper Origins. Yes, 2 mana on the front end. You flash it back for 4, enters the Saga. So Chaz is going to have 3 chapters. There's a 4/4 creature. First one's going to be to reveal the top card of your library. You put it into your hand if it's a permanent. Next turn, on his first main phase, he will add 2 green mana. And then on the third turn, going to be an overrun effect to give other creatures +2/+2 and trample until end of turn. If you can line that up with the Superior Spider-Man and a Bringer of the Last Gift in his graveyard to have that in play and then give everything +2/+2 and trample, that'll be a really good way to push damage through and close this game out. And Gabby's is going to be looking to rebuild and push damage. There's a Warped Nova Hellkite from Gabby, one of the cards from Edge of Eternities. It's 4/5 with flying and haste. It's going to deal 1 damage to a creature an opponent controls, which knocking 1 on that 4/4 isn't doing a ton. It's still got a 4/5 flyer. Paid 3 for the warp cost, pay 5 to cast it from exile. So if Gabby can hit another land drop, she's pushing 8 damage with this Hellkite over 2 turns. Got the 1 from the Hired Claw attack trigger. Got in with the Hellkite, putting Chaz to 6. Chaz draws that Esper Origins using the double green he had off of the backside of that first one. Decides to put both the Starting Town and the Overlord of the Bailmerk into his graveyard. Looking to see what Chaz has in hand. I wanted to say one's one of the 2 Meringue River Regents he has. Yes, one is. That's a way to get some other card advantage, get some selection. And Chaz, stop it. Taking a second, considering his options. Gabby's got her Soulstone Sanctuary in play, the Burst Lightning in hand. She finds a land drop, and if Chaz isn't able to close the game out, Gabby's going to be able to get in with the Hellkite for another 4, and then have the Burst Lightning. Although with Chaz having the Overlord of the Baelmerk now active, he will have access to the Superior Spider-Man in his graveyard this next turn. Which definitely puts Gabby on a quick clock to be able to close out the game. Gabby does find the land. It looks like she's passing back. So we know she's got a Burst Lightning. And there we go. Going to kick it. Send 4 damage over at Chaz, knocking him down. Chaz with that overrun effect from the first Esper Origins, growing the Baelmerk at +2/+2 in Trample. Getting in, got the attack trigger, milling 3 lands and a Steam Core Scholar. Chaz can return any creature in his graveyard to hand. Quick choice on the Superior Spider-Man. Looks like he is casting it immediately for the Bringer of the Last Gift. So Gabby's getting 5 creatures back. Chaz is getting 4 back here. 5 back here. Got a Harvester trigger. Give all creatures -2/2. Steam Core Scholar trigger to draw and discard. Overlord of the Baelmerk. Which technically cannot take that second Overlord, but doesn't matter. Closing it out with all the Vein Ripper triggers going on the stack there. So just sort of breaking that down a little bit more for everyone watching from home. The Harvester of Misery gives everything -2/2. And then the Vein Ripper has an ability that whenever a creature dies, target opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. So there was 6 creatures that died there. Chaz had the Steam Core Scholar and then all 5 of Gabby's, so it was firing off 24 damage drain. Just quickly closing the game out for Chaz. Gabby was close, just not able to quite get there. Looking over at sideboards. Chaz has the very clean 4-4-4-3 setup. 4 Duress, 4 Paw Patch Formation, 4 Annul, and 3 Strategic Betrayal. Gabby is looking at 2 Abrade, 2 Fire Magic, 2 Obliterating Bolt, 2 Stingerback Terror, 4 Sunspine Links, 2 Vengeful Possession, and 1 Witchstalker Frenzy. Both of them are grabbing for some cards. But Gabby's definitely going to want to speed things up and move a little bit faster here. Can trim some of the cards like the Abrade or some of the other like lower damage creature burn spells. Like it's defensible if she wants to keep in some Burst Lightning so you can go face, but all in all, those are probably not where you want to be when your opponent's deck is a bunch of 4 toughness or bigger creatures. She just wants to get creatures in play, turn them sideways, and push damage as fast as possible here. Chaz is looking to be a bit more in control-y to get to his game plan later in the game. Want to remove Gabby's creatures, potentially strip some cards from her hand. If he takes the path of bringing in Duress, The strategic betrayal could be good to also, but does have the downside of it's like a double-sided edict where your opponent exiles a creature they control and exiles their graveyard. So Chaz will lose that combo potential with the Vein Ripper, but it's a 2-mana removal that doesn't target. Could just get there if he needs to just play a creature like a Harvester of Misery, or just play the Superior Spider-Man as a 4/4, and he can control the board, just get in for 4 each turn. It's sort of the like big over-the-top mid-range control combo deck against the just typical mono red burn deck. One side wants to go faster, the other side wants to slow things down and do their plan. Drawn, open, 7. Gabby's going to be on the play here. See a Duress for Chaz, see some lands, see a Bringer of the Last Gift, and a Superior Spider-Man, and an Overlord. Gabby's looking at... I don't think I saw any lands in Gabby's hand. Both of them shipping it back. While we were shuffling here, looking for 6s, just wanted to remind everyone that this is the second event in the 5th Rocket Series. You're in the area, or either you're living around here or you're just coming to visit, come check us out. Very, very fun event to play. This is the second. We're going to run through with an event every month until April. The series has a running leaderboard, so your points that you accumulate during the tournament, we track those throughout the season. At the end, the top 16 players will come back for a invitational tournament for those 16. The winner of the event gets to design a custom token. You get to have your likeness on there. I believe, off the top of my head, the 5 we have so far are a food token, a goblin shaman, the 4 we have so far. It's the 5th. Food, goblin shaman, green-black insect, like Grist makes, and a monstrous roll token, which Gabby chose this last season, and unfortunately for her, Monstrous Rage was banned in Standard, which makes it rough to use the token in Standard. Gabby with a quick start with a Hired Claw into an Emberheart Challenger, Chaz playing a Town Greeter. Gabby's untapping on her turn 3 right now. Rockface Village. Playing the Tersa Light Shatter, the 1/of in her deck right here. To discard up to 2 cards and then draw that many, choosing to discard a Soulstone Sanctuary and draw 1. It's got haste, and if you've got 7 or more cards in your graveyard, you get to cast 1 at random. Chaz quickly blocking with the Town Greeter there, soaking up some damage. He's down to 12 already. Lightning fast start from Gabby. Chaz playing a Mistrise Village, and then a Duress. Taking the Witchstalker Frenzy out of Gabby's hand. And Chaz scoops it up. It was basically exactly how Gabby wants these games to go. Curve out, play a creature every turn, push damage, and just hope your control mid-range opponent just can't stabilize in that time. Both players double checking sideboards. Gabby's making a switch now that she's going to the draw, it looks like. Chaz swapping as well, pulling out 3 cards. Both of them, swapping 3 cards over. But yeah, like I was saying the last time, shuffling up. Second in the series, we've got multiple events to come, several modern events. We've got, off the top of my head, I believe we have one pioneer, 2 modern, 1 sealed, 1 standard, and 1 legacy to round out the 8 events for the series. All of these are cash prize 1K tournaments. The prize pool. You're playing for the series event. You just to come play some fun competitive Magic with a great crew. Come check this out. All right, shuffled up and cutting, and let's see what opening hands look like. Chaz is gonna be on the play for this game 3. See a combination of some lands. See a Spider-Man. See Bringer of the Last Gift. Got a Starting Town and Esper Origins. Gabby's keeping as well. Got a Mountain into Higher Claw. I believe she's had the same start all 3 games. The Verge for Chaz, playing a Town Greeter. Got the this good old 1 and a green 1/1 mill 4 cards, put a land from among those into your hand effect. I've seen that a lot now. Gabby with the same start as last game. Got an Emberheart Challenger and a Hired Claw, turn 1, turn 2. Chaz blocking with the Town Greeter. Soak up some damage. Back on his turn, got another Starting Town. She has also with a copy of Awaken the Honored Dead in his hand. That's that gold saga. It's gonna have for 1 a black and a green there. 3 chapters are destroy target non-land permanent, mill 3 cards, and you may discard a card. When you do, you return a land or creature from your graveyard to your hand. Chaz playing a Bitter Triumph, sacrifice or discarding the Bringer, taking out the Gabby's Emberheart Challenger. So far, he's managed to avoid dealing himself damage with these Starting Towns, which is great. I'm sure he's thrilled about that. His land base has lined up to stay healthy. Sending it back to Gabby, turn 3, warping in the Nova Hellkite. Chaz can be taking 6 here. Attacking with the Hellkite for 4, Hired Claw, it's 1 power, and the ping. Chaz playing the Esper Origins. See a Vein Ripper, and I believe it's a Breeding Pool. I think it's a Watery Grave or a Breeding Pool in his hand. I think that's a Breeding Pool. So I think he already has one. And Gabby with the Hellkite in exile, like the Warp exile she can cast. She's got 3 or 4 cards in hand still, so she has down to 16. Definitely will want to be careful of his life total. Probably not want to shock himself if he can avoid it. Both those in the graveyard with the Esper Origins. And she has with another 3 cards. 4 cards total. We know he's got the Superior Spider-Man, so is set up to do not a full combo, but still putting in having the 4/4 Spider-Man plus 2 Vein Rippers is a pretty good spot to be against a mono red deck. Gabby untapping, got her Hired Claw in play. Let's see what she's able to do here. Just in for 1 with the Hired Claw. I guess 2 with that ping. Play another mountain, back over to Chaz. Chaz going for it. Here's the Superior Spider-Man coming in as a copy of the Bringer of the Last Gift. Going to have the Living Death effect on the stack from that ability. Looking to flip all other creatures in play with all creatures in the graveyard right now. So he'll keep the Superior Spider-Man, which is a copy of the Bringer in all but name and power and toughness. And yeah, looks like it resolves. We got the shrug from Gabby. Chaz with Town Greeter and 2 Vein Rippers. Gabby swapping the Hired Claw with her Emberheart Challenger. Actually, taking a sec here. I think trigger's still in the stack. Yeah, looks like that is resolving now. The only triggered ability with the creatures coming back. That Town Greeter. Chad's going to pick up a Watery Grave. Put another Esper Origins into his graveyard. And Chaz was 16 power in the air in the Town Greeter. Fortunately, not looking great for Gabby. She's got the she has the Nova Hellkite she can cast. So 4/5 flyer. Not quite big enough for the Vein Rippers. Tapping 4. Playing a Witchstalker Frenzy. Looking to take out one of the Vein Rippers. Is sacrificing the Challenger to pay the ward cost. And take some damage from that. Another Soulstone Sanctuary for Gabby. At this point, I'm not sure what she could have to piece this together now. Just the Vein Ripper alone gives Chaz enough life gain and protection. It's a 6/5 flyer that requires Gabby to have creatures in play if she wants to use removal spells, and punishes her for blocking. It's big enough to block the Nova Hellkite. And it looks like Gabby's casting the Nova Hellkite, just putting a damage somewhere. I do like her choice to not kill off the Town Greeter. Saves herself from that Vein Ripper trigger, keeps it out of the graveyard. Got a strategic betrayal from Chaz, and Gabby scoops it up with that. It's a very strong showing for this Living End Superior Spider-Man deck from Chaz. I'm sure Gabby had a very, very well-played match. Did her sequencing well, it just doesn't look like a great matchup, hopefully for her. Doesn't see a lot of this today. And that'll do it. That was match 1. Thanks for watching, everyone. Sit tight, hang out. We will be right back with some more standard action. Hi folks, welcome back. Here with round 2 of the Rocket Series Standard event. Got some new players on stream. We're swapping up some names on the left. Looking from the shirt, yeah, we have Zach. Zach has left the commentary booth, thrown his hat in the ring, is out here today playing some VV Cauldron. Over on the right, we've got Gregory playing some blue-green mid-range. Looks like it is the mono green Ouroboros, the counter stompy deck. It's got some blue in there. Got a little bit some protection spells, a few bounce spells. Got a little bit more flexibility in how you're interacting with your opponent. Cool, really cool idea there, because I know the green deck, the mono green version, could be kind of susceptible to any interaction from your opponent. There's a nice way to try and mitigate that with that blue splash. Looking at opening hands here. Zach with... Thank you, Zach. Hugely appreciated. Got a Quantum Riddler, a couple bounce spells, Winter Night Stories, a Marauding Mako, 3 lands. Looks like both players are keeping. Greg's leading with a Verge into a Spyglass Siren, making a map token. Zach with a Verge into the Mako. Another Verge into... Blanking on the name of that one. It's a Bloomburrow Otter. Doing some quick Scryfall searching. That is the Azure Beastbinder. 1/3 with Vigilance, cannot be blocked by creatures with power 2 or greater. When it attacks, up to 1 target artifact, creature, or planeswalker an opponent controls loses all abilities until your next turn. If it's a creature, it becomes a 2/2. Greg looking to crack the map. Zach into the Floodmaw to return the target to hand. Giving the Beastbinder a quick read. Cool tech. Definitely had some use with all of the living end decks in the room today. Greg playing Manland tapped, replaying the Siren, get the map token again. Zach casting a Winter Night Stories. Draw 3 cards. We see a Cauldron there. Discard. Look at the starting town. And an island. Pitching some lands. Cracking the map. See a Genemorph image for Greg on top of the deck. Decides he is not interested, gets in for 2 with the Beastbinder and the Siren, playing a Llanowar Elf. And good job for Greg, removing that map token that was used. Tursa, drop return for Zach. Sitting on another Mako. Another Winter Night Stories. Gonna draw 3, discard 2, unless he discards a creature card. Ooh, there's a VV. Looks like Zach is getting close to assembling the pieces. Discarding the VV. It's the 1 creature there. Only one Mako getting the counter. Why that first one didn't get them. The Beastbinder turning off that ability. So keeping it down to, 1/1 and a 2/2. Looking to see what Greg's got in hand here. He's looking at the Innkeeper's talent, looking at... Yeah, trying to decide what he's gonna play here. Let's see. 2 mana for a Innkeeper's talent. Being a combat, he's gonna put a 1/1 counter on his creatures. Immediately leveling it up, giving creatures with counters on them Ward 1. Open to combat, targeting the Beastbinder. Beastbinder shutting off the abilities for the 2/2 Mako. It's in for 4 there. There's a potentially dangerous position for Greg. He's got 1 mana up. Zach has a Cauldron in play and a VV in the graveyard. So this is the time where this blue-red VV Cauldron deck really, really shows what it can do. It's access to 2 Winter Night Stories in the graveyard. Has a Mako with a counter on it. Unfortunately, won't be able to use the second one. Zach's able to string together into Delirium using that. I believe it's a Fear of Missing Out in his hand. And put a bunch of create a bunch of mana, put a bunch of power into play. Looks like he's just going to warp the Quantum Riddler. You see he's got to cling to the ceiling in hand, which is an X and a single blue instant to exile any number of target creatures and artifacts. I don't remember the full range of targets. Might be enchantments in addition. You can exile them until the end of your turn. So it synergizes with Warp like Quantum Riddler, where you can remove it and then bring it back. So you get to keep it in play and draw an extra card. And Zach is passing it back over to Greg. Combat, put another counter on the Spyglass Siren. In for 5. We're turning off the abilities of the Quantum Riddler. It will not have flying, will be a 2/2. So that Siren is able to get in. Greg playing a Paw Patch Recruit, paying for Offspring. Looking to punish Zach for interacting with his board. Zach is looking to hit that Quantum Riddler with Cling to the Ceiling. Gonna draw some cards when it comes back in on end of Greg's turn. Give it abilities again. The Steam Core Scholar for the Quantum Riddler draw. And a land for turn. So Greg will have counters to throw around if Zach targets his creatures. She'll let him push a lot of damage. So I'm thinking Zach's going to need to commit this turn. Got a Tursa for Zach, discard 2 lands, triggers on those Makos, draw 2 more cards. Seen a Braid and a Winter Night Stories. Looking at Greg's hand, I see he's got a Llanowar Elf. Potentially 2. Currently only has access to a single green mana from that Llanowar Elf. Targeting Greg's Gene Morph image with the Cauldron, putting a counter on his Quantum Riddler, giving it access to the VV ability. With the 3 creatures he has in play right now, Zach can currently generate 13 mana. And between that and 4 casts of Winter Night Stories, with the 2 in the graveyard and the 1 in his hand, casting twice, should be able to find something. Looks like we're using the Quantum Riddler VV ability, making 5 mana, shown by the comically large dice, down to 2 mana. We're going to have 1 blue, 1 red floating, casting a Winter Night Stories. Draw 3. We got double land and Into the Floodmaw. Gonna discard both those lands. Grow those Makos. Currently 4 mana without another VV activation. Using the 2, playing a Fear of Missing Out. Discarding, I believe it was the Steam Core Scholar. Another VV activation. 7 mana right now from one of the Makos. I'm gonna use 5 mana right now. I believe we're gonna, yep, recast that Winter Night Stories from graveyard. And Zach does have a second Cauldron in hand, so if he's able to put another VV into the graveyard, he can run again with this. See, Quantum Riddler, another Cling to the Ceiling, and a Starting Town. And do some discards. Pitch in the Cauldron and the Starting Town. Grow in the 2 Makos. Or reaching for some other size dice, I believe. Yeah, there we go. At this point, even with this much power in play, Zach doesn't have enough, because the Makos don't have trample or any form of evasion, so they're massive. But Greg can just block with the Llanowar Elf and the Paw Patch Recruit, or any of his creatures, and not worry about the damage, and then just potentially win on the crackback. But with this Profs in play, and that VV draw, Zach, I think, can chain together a win here. Grow the Quantum Riddler, be able to hit for some huge damage in the air. The VV will give some extra reach with its pings, give some extra mana as well. And tapping the Mako to play the Winter Night Stories out of the graveyard. See a Torch the Tower. And an island being discarded. Harmonize is the keyword. It's like a combination of flashback and convoke. Going again, got the profs. Growing the Quantum Riddler, just one shot, clean win right there, showing the power of this VV deck. Not doing any of the actual, we'll say, storm lines with the full combo with VV in play, using the Cauldron there, but just using the ability under Cauldron to make some mana, and then using a Prof Eidetic Memory to just turn your Quantum Riddler into a fireball. Looking at sideboards here. Greg going right into his deck, knows what he's looking for. He's working with 1 Annul, 1 Bounce Off, 3 Unable to Scream, 2 Tishana's Tidebinder, 1 Keen-Eyed Curator, 2 Scavenging Ooze, 2 Heritage Reclamation, 1 Scrap Shooter, and 2 Repulsive Mutation. A lot of really good options here. The VV deck is susceptible to a lot of different kinds of hate. I guess can be hit by. I think susceptible is maybe a bit ambitious. The deck is very resilient. There's a reason it has done so much, put up so many results. And for Zach, it's working with 1 Into the Floodmaw, 2 Torch the Tower, 2 Fire Magic, 2 Annul, 1 Disdainful Stroke, 1 Abrade, 1 Ghost Vacuum, 1 Obliterating Bolt. Ooh, and look and see. Cutting some Floodmaws, cutting the Tesa, bringing in 2 Fire Magic, Obliterating Bolts, Abrade. Lots of removal there. Zach's last slots in his board running through that list. You got 2 Ral Crackling Wit, 2 Tishana's Tidebinder. If I remember right from what he showed, we are bringing in 2 Torch the Tower, 2 Fire Magic, 1 Abrade, 1 Obliterating Bolt. Just as much spot removal as he can bring in. Looking to just stall the game out, slow things down, be able to assemble some combos, or just win over time through your just random discarding, growing a Mako to make it lethal. Doing a quick count with some piles. Greg shuffling up. And get in for game 2 here. Greg's going to be on the play for this one. He's a green aggressive deck running the classic Llanowar Elf mana torque start. It's going to be what he's looking for, I'm sure. Be able to just get out ahead, get some board advantage, tax Zach's single target removal. Use a Paw Patch Recruit to get some incidental value off of any removal or interaction Zach fires off. We didn't really have the chance to see anything larger. But Greg is on 2 copies of Sirach, 4 copies of Ouroboros, a single Sentinel of the Nameless City. Looks like we get the Llanowar Elf start. Greg playing a Shockland, playing an Elf. Zach just firing off that Fire Magic, taking out the Elf. Not exactly where you want to be for a board wipe, but you know, pay the 1 mana spell and kill a single target. Definitely not bad. Greg with a Paw Patch Recruit and a blanking on the name of that other one. It's a Gene Pollinator. Card from Edge of Eternities here. Two mana for Zach, playing a Profs. Just drawing a card. No creature to get that value off of the extra card drawn. Greg getting in for 2. Apologies for 3. 2-1 with the Paw Patch and a 1-2 for the Gene Pollinator. Playing the Beast Binder, sending it back over to Zach. Drawing a land for turn. Playing the 3rd Spire Bluff Canal into a Steam Core Scholar. It'll be very appreciated on Zach's end to have a blocker. Flying in Vigilance. Put 2 counters on it from the Prof's trigger. Vigilance doing a lot of extra work here, making it big enough to block and then still be able to chip in and get some push some damage every turn. In theory would have been, but Greg getting in with the Beastbinder, shutting down those abilities. Cannot be blocked by the Steam Core Scholar because it's got more than 2 power. Fire Magic is the draw for turn for Zach. We see Greg's got an Innkeeper's Talent in hand. He is on Snakeskin Veil, so does have protection spells in the deck. Zach playing the Cauldron. Just passing back. Greg's looking to... What's the name of that card? Looking to destroy the Profs. Trigger there. Zach casting the Torch the Tower to sacrifice it, paying for the bargain. Using the Gene Pollinator, tapping the Paw Patch Recruit for a green mana, and Snakeskin Veil to protect the Beastbinder. Definitely got some cards out of each other's hand. Greg coming out ahead with that interaction. Got to keep his Beastbinder in play, get a counter on it from the Paw Patch trigger, get a removal spell out of Zach's hand. Took a few cards for Greg, but still has his board intact with additional power. Zach with a VV, has a Winter Night Stories in hand. Yeah, I think he's on VV Winter Night Stories Prof. Greg playing a Gene Morph image, playing a land, getting the Gene Morph image trigger there. Turning a creature's base power and toughness into a 3/3. You have 6 or more lands, you base power toughness into a 6/6. Playing the Innkeeper's Talent, go into combat. Zach using the Cauldron, eating Greg's Elf, turning all of Zach's creatures into a mana dork at this point. Playing the Verge. 3 mana for a Winter Night Stories. Drawing 3 lands there. Discard a VV. Eat the VV. Going... Knows exactly what he's looking for. Two mana for a Profs. Draw a card. Another Winter Night Stories. Like, Greg has no cards in hand currently. Does have a fairly large board. He's got 8 power in play currently. The The talent will push it to 9. Any land in play is going to add some additional points there. Exact activating the VV ability through the Steam Core Scholar, making some mana, using it to play a Winter Night Stories. Really needs to find something here to stay in this game. And another Winter Night Stories and a Mako. Discard 2 lands. Finding that extra creature is huge. Gives Zach the ability to tap one of the creatures to harmonize a Winter Night Stories. Using the red to play the Mako. Using a blue, harmonize with the Steam Core Scholar. Drawing a VV, another Mako, and a land. This lets him keep a blocker to potentially survive combat if the turn goes back to Greg. With this VV deck, you're never quite sure. Definitely has the potential to close the game out right here with the multiple Winter Night Stories. Going to combat, using the Prof's trigger, growing the Mako. Using VV's ability with the Mako to make 13 mana right now. I believe he's making, using the red in the playmat, goes 6 red there. And 7 blue. 2 red, 1 blue, playing a VV. Using another red to play us another Mako. Red and 2 blue. He's going to cast that Winter Night Stories from hand. Got a VV trigger. Gets bigger. Pings Greg down to 17. Drawn 3. Fear of missing out. Cling to the ceiling. Not looking at the profs. 2 fear of missing out there in the end. Got 2 counters on the Makos. Using 2 red. Playing a fear of missing out. Discard that second one. Draw a card. Got some triggers on the Makos. At this point, Greg's going to need to draw something major to not just lose to combat damage from Zach. His board's big enough where he can now profitably block and sort of hold down the fort and then just chip away if he somehow can't put together a full combo kill. Even with that Steam Core Scholar alone, using the fear of missing out, which I'm assuming Greg will need to shut the abilities off. It's like Greg's just in a really tight spot. Zach making some mana. Playing Torch the Tower. Got the VV trigger. He's going to bargain the profs, looking to exile the Paw Patch recruit. Another trigger, growing the Beastbinder. Scry 1. We're reorganizing the board into creatures that have used the VV Make Mana ability and creatures that have not. Looking at 2 blue and 2 red floating using that Mako. Harmonize the Winter Night Stories. Got a trigger with VV. Drawing a Fire Magic, a Cauldron, and the Steam Core Scholar, I believe. And Greg just sitting here, looking at his graveyard, watching Zach see if he's able to put together a win at this point. So that could use the Fire Magic to do some damage on Greg's board to clear that out. Looks like he elected to keep the Steam Core Scholar. I'm going to just do some more card selection. I'm going to draw 2, discard 2. Oh, well, there's 2 starting towns into the graveyard. Grow the Makos. Passing it over to Greg, who draws... I want to say that was a Snakeskin Veil. Hard to see. Either way, I'm fairly certain is not enough to get out from under what Zach's got going on at this point. The VV deck can just do some incredibly powerful things. You have the deck can feel at times like you're playing more or less a draft deck, where you just have some smaller creatures and card draw spells, where you're just gonna draw 3, discard 2, and just try to find something. And then you have other times where Zach had a single creature in play, and then put upwards of 20, maybe 30 power in play, all in that one turn. Went from a place where he was, by all means, dead if he passed the turn, into basically an unlosable position. It's a standard deck that feels like a modern deck at times. Greg leveling up Innkeeper's Talent. Yeah, attacking with the Beastbinder, turning off the abilities on Zach's Fear of Missing Out, shutting down that... Oh, it was a removal spell, looking to get rid of the Cauldron. Yeah, with the Fear of Missing Out not having its abilities, it shuts down Zach's extra combat step. 2 mana for a Profs. And a VV Ping, gonna draw a card. Chose to leave that on top last turn with the Torch the Tower. Got to scry off that bargain. Yeah, making mana with VV. Harmonize the Winter Night Stories in the graveyard. So you have Fear of Missing Out, a Cauldron, and an Island. I don't believe Zach has a VV in his graveyard to be able to just go for a full combo again. Either way, we're growing these Makos more. I think Greg has had enough. Scooping it up there. Great games by Greg. Really cool stuff he's got going on. Unfortunately, we never got to see the top end. We definitely saw what this VV deck can do. Everyone is definitely aware of it now, and you need to be. It is the format boogeyman. It is the... If heard some rumblings, it might not be the single best deck anymore, but either way, you need to be prepared for this. It is going to be in your standard events, and it is going to be putting up results still. And that'll do it for round 2. Thanks for hanging out. Sit tight. We'll be back in with match 3. And everyone, welcome back to round 3 of the Rocket Series Standard event. Importantly for today, this event is also in RCQ, so winner of the event gets an invite to the RC. On the left here, we have John playing some more of that Sultai Living In deck. On the right, we've got Jacob playing some... This is Gruul Landfall. We're mono green with a little hint of red. Got some World Souls Rage for some extra land drops. Got again another take on like the green aggro deck. This one, rather than going into +1/+1 counters with like the Paw Patch Recruit Innkeeper's Talent makeup, we've got we're running Saz's Chocobo, we've got Bristly Bill, we've got Mossborn Hydra, we've got Tifa Lockhart. Lots of options to play multiple lands, like or from the graveyard, like with an Ice Till Explorer. We've got some Evolving Wilds and Escape Tunnels for more copies there, just to get some quote-unquote fetch lands. A really cool list. Personally have not seen this before. John playing a Gloomlake Verge and passing back. John's lists very similar to Chaz's that we saw earlier. Top of my head, we're looking only a few card variation main deck. Doing the same thing. Looking to put a Bringer of the Last Gift into the graveyard. Use a Superior Spider-Man to bring that back. Got Jacob with a Sauce's Chocobo into a Fabled Passage. We're just going to crack that now. Get another counter on it. And nice 1-mana 2/3 there. Also saving some time with the Fabled Passage. Now finding his one mountain. It's John drawing a basic forest for turn. A Gloomlake Verge. We got blue-green available. Playing an Esper Origins, it looks like.
All right, my Pokemon players, your pairings are up on the screen.
Deciding to keep one on top off that Surveil. Put the Overlord of the Bailmerk into the graveyard. 2 life, definitely appreciated here. Jacob drawing a Mossborn Hydra. See a Llanowar Elves in hand, a second Chocobo. See a Tifa. I believe it's a self-destruct. Jacob's on a few of those. Playing the Tifa. Self-destruct basically being a fling. Deal X damage to itself and any other target where X is its power. John playing a swamp into Awaken the Endless Dead. Using the removal chapter ability to take out Jacob's Tifa. Sending back over to Jacob. Draw for turn is a Snakeskin Veil. Playing a Llanowar Elf. In for 2 with the Chocobo again. John Millen, 3 lands off the Awaken the Endless Dead. Yeah, Jacob's on 26 lands here, so it's surprising to not be finding them. Also, a big issue when your deck is basically a landfall aggro deck. It's giving John the ability to set up and sort of take his time, cobble together some creatures to block, get some resources in hand. We got an impending Overlord of the Bailmerk. Revealing Harvester of Misery, Town Greeter, Bringer of the Last Gift. My guess is we're going to want this Harvester, be able to just do some damage with that channel ability to discard it. So John's hand right now is another Harvester, a Bringer of the Last Gift, 2 Vein Rippers, and a Watery Grave, I believe. Yeah, taking the Harvester. Stuck in that graveyard. Shock down to 16. Using that, not channel, but channel ability. Taking out the Llanowar Elf. -2, -2. Sending it back over to Jacob. Jacob with an Escape Tunnel is draw for turn. Definitely nice. It does come in tapped, but gives him some additional landfall triggers. Playing the Escape Tunnel, throwing the Chocobo, cracking that immediately. It looks like Jacob's leaning to keep the green, his forest up for access to Snakeskin Veil. I think the other approach for this turn would have been playing that second Chocobo in hand to get the 2 counters on it. As a 2/3, it would be out of range from the Bringer of the Last Gift triggers. Apologies, the Harbinger triggers. In for 4 with the Chocobo, and is keeping up the Snakeskin Veil. John drawing another Bringer. Chapter 3 of Awaken the Endless Dead. Or the Honored Dead, not the Endless Dead. Has the option to discard a card and then return a target creature or land from his graveyard back to his hand. So John with 4 creatures that he all of them, I'd say, want to be in the graveyard. The Harvester does have upside in hand. Pay 2 mana to do to shrink, sort of stem some bleeding off that Chocobo. For mana, flashback the Esper Origins, Surveil 2, gain 2 life, bin those 2 lands. Chapter 1 activating immediately. Back over to Jacob, drawing a Llanowar Elf for turn. There's some discussion going on. Judge call. I think this is because John missed the first Overlord trigger last turn, because it should be going down to 3 at the end of this one. Yeah, Jacobs unfortunately got off to a bit of a slow start this match. Just didn't find lands to be able to both obviously cast spells, but it's also how this deck pushes damage. If he's able to get something like an Ice Tail Explorer in play, it's going to allow him to keep getting those landfall triggers, because he's on 14 basics and then 10 of the quote-unquote fetch lands between Evolving Wilds, Fabled Passage, and Escape Tunnel. That grows a lot of his creatures, gives the permanent 1/1 counters on the Sauce's Chocobo, gives the Tifa Lockhart power doubling triggers, triggers Bristly Bill. Looks like we're doing some discussion on the Esper Origins flashback and transform, with the Saga come in there. as they're going through this. Want to reiterate again, this is part of our TC's Rocket series. One 1K tournament a month, got a running leaderboard. Top 16 get an invitational tournament. In April at the end, winner of that gets to get a custom token with their likeness on it. Looks like we did resolve that the Saga trigger went on the stack. John resolved the ability and revealing a Superior Spider-Man and putting it into his hand. Jacob has drawn for turn. Going to play a Traveling Chocobo. Actually, that is what was in his hand. I was mistaken before. Apologies, folks. He did not have a second Saz's Chocobo. He had the Traveling Chocobo in hand. This in play allows him to play lands off the top of his deck. We see that Fabled Passage come out. And then because of the Traveling Chocobo, we get those double landfall triggers. So that one Fabled Passage is an additional 4 power on that Saz's Chocobo. Bringing out the spin down. It's an 8/9 now. So Jacob's only on 2 of these, the Traveling Chocobo. It's definitely not the biggest threat on its own, but when you have the board together and you have your engine going, it really, really pushes damage. And John snapping off the block, just throwing his 4/4 underneath the massive Chocobo. Untap and draw. It looks like we're going to see a Superior Spider-Man. Going to exile Bringer of the Last Gift. Fire off that Living End effect. Jacob's going to get, I believe it's just the Llanowar Elf back. John's coming in with Harvesters, 2 Harvester of Misery, another Bringer, and an Overlord, I believe. Yeah, John walking through what happens here with the effects. Yeah, gonna resolve that Living End effect. Bringer is going to be exiled, showing it's a copy there. Bringing back Town Greeter, Overlord of the Balemark, 2 Harvester of Misery, and a Bringer of the Last Gift for John. Bringing back Tifa and Llanowar Elves for Jacob. And we're going to have some Harvester triggers, which will clear up this board. No Vein Ripper, so John isn't pulling off just like a one-shot combo kill. Town Greeter ability, pick up a Swamp. Overlord. Pick up a Harvester. Harvester of Misery. It's a 5/4, gives other creatures -2/2. So this will kill the Town Greeter, the Tifa, the Llanowar Elf, and the Superior Spider-Man. Spider-Man does not get the power and toughness of the creature it's copying. It remains a 4/4. Which is important to note here when you have the double Harvester triggers. So we lose the Spider-Man, we lose the Town Greeter. One of those Bringers is exiled. Draw for turn is a Forest for Jacob. Got a Mossborn Hydra. He's looking to play that right now. Play that. 0/0 with trample, enters with a 1/1 counter. You're going to double the counters on it whenever a land comes into play. Play a Llanowar Elf. Play a Forest. Grow that Mossborn. But John's just going to fire off that Harvester, giving Jacob the option to Snakeskin Veil. Snakeskin Veil bumps it to 2 counters. The landfall trigger is going to turn that 2 into 4. Back over to John. Draw for turn is a starting town. Playing Awaken the Honored Dead. Remove that Mossborn Hydra. In for 15, that's 21. One of those bringers is exiled. Was the token copy? Doesn't matter. Gets there anyway. Jacob, just a Llanowar Elf, is not going to be able to come back from this board filled with demons and spirits and other 5+ power creatures. Going to sideboards here. Looking at John's side first. Sideboard's a little bit more varied, not quite as clean as Chaz's 4/4/4/3. John's on 2 Annul, 1 Bitter Triumph, 3 Duress, 3 Heritage Reclamation, 1 Stab, 2 Strategic Betrayal, and 3 the Swarm Weaver. John electing to go make the choice to have a more mid-range backup plan to sort of pivot with your creatures. Jacob is on 4 Heritage Reclamation, 4 Dragonback Assault, 3 Overprotect, 1 Island, and 3 Archdruid's Charm. Jacob is for sure going to be looking for anything that gives him some graveyard hate, which Heritage Reclamation does. It picks off a single card in the graveyard, which helps. It's probably not enough to get through a full living end. It does help. Can definitely prevent a full combo kill. Like if you can remove a Vein Ripper, or if you can pick off a Harvester, it can not get his board wiped. Or not the new board, not get the new board wiped there. And Jacob going for a lot of cards here. Is the option of Overprotect for like another pseudo Snakeskin Veil effect to sort of give some protection, give some hexproof. Which is definitely an option here. He knows John's going to be bringing in some more removal. He's cutting some of those World Souls Rage. Cutting an Evolving Wild, trimming a Tifa, Traveling Chocobo. A big swap for Jacob there. Lots of cards going out. Bringing in the Archdruid's Charms, the Dragonback Assault, that Singleton Basic Island, be able to cast the Dragonback Assault. I'm going to shuffle up and head into game 2. We have Jacob on the play here. Once again, any of these green decks, when you're on a mana creature, like the Llanowar Elf, being on the play is huge, especially if you can start out with that, because it'll let Jacob double spell or play a bigger spell without his land drop to start. So you can get those landfall effects to start moving through that deck engine, start generating more power, putting those counters, doubling Tifa's power. And same thing as match 1 with Chaz on the living end deck against Gabby on mono red. John's going to be looking to just play control to start the game out. Remove the creatures, stop Jacob from being able to push damage or do too much. Because once John resolves that living end, it's going to just really set Jacob back for what he's been doing. Because so many of these creatures care about having 1/1 counters. Like the Saz's Chocobo we saw last game. See John with, I guess, just a 1-lander. See some 3 or 4 lands for Jacob. I believe I saw a Tifa there. Jacob's happy with it. John is shipping it back. So now John is going to be looking for removal spells. You can find some town greeters to find more lands. Potentially gain some life if you can find a starting town. Give him just a chump blocker to throw under. Sort of stem the bleeding and buy some time. With Jacob keeping his hand on the play, I'm sure he's got a play this first turn. If not, with all of those 10 fetch land effects he has, the lands come in tapped early game every time. So he might need to be keeping hands without a turn 1 play to get a land he can use for mana, which would start him playing on turn 2. Take a look at John's 7 here. Steam Core Scholar, 3 lands, Heritage Reclamation, Spider-Man, and another green card. Can't get that one from just the corner there. Bottoming a card, good with his 6, starting with Jacob, Forest Elf. John drawing Surveil Land for turn. Decides he does not want a forest. Gonna put that in the graveyard. Jacob drawing a Bristly Bill for turn. Electing to play the Saz's Chocobo first. Play an Escape Tunnel, grow the Chocobo. Fetch immediately, find another land, and grow the Chocobo again. This does let him protect the Bristly Bill, potentially. Just keep it in hand longer. I am not sure. I'm sure Jacob knows better and is more confident in sequencing his plays with his own deck than I am, just sitting here in the chair. But using the Llanowar Elf to play the Bristly Bill does still get it out of Harvester range, but lets you use all of your mana on your second turn. Could be a defense for that. Don't think he'll push as much damage that way as leading with the Chocobo. Attacking with the Elf shows he does not have a Snakeskin Veil. John drawing a starting town for turn. Sitting on a bunch of lands. Steam Core Scholar, Heritage Reclamation, and a Spider-Man. And nothing too much to do here. Send it back to Jacob. I do like John playing the Verge rather than putting in the Breeding Pool tapped. You can represent that you have the Harvester or a Bitter Triumph for some other removal spell. Jacob playing the Bristly Bill. Start getting 2 landfall triggers for each counter that comes in, each land that comes in. Play a Fabled Passage, got a Bristly Bill trigger, got a Chocobo trigger. Electing to spread the Bristly Bill counters around. Grow in the Llanowar Elf there. What are we going to find the island? Just to get... Yep, there we go. Jacob putting the island into play, getting all 3 colors of mana, moving those 2 singleton basics out of the deck. So is able to cast his Dragonback Assault. All other lands in his deck are going to be Fabled Passages, Evolving Wilds, Escape Tunnels, and basic forests. And the Chocobo counter, Bristly Bill's growing itself. Sitting on with a Fabled Passage, a second Bristly Bill. Getting in for 6 there. 2/2 Elf and a 4/5 Saz's Chocobo. John choosing to exile a land with a Heritage Reclamation, just cycle that. Drawn to a Harvester. Breeding Pools, draw for turn. Playing the Steam Force Scholar. Do a Starting Town. And discard with an Overlord and a Breeding Pool. Pick up untapping with 9 power. Yeah. Ice Till Explorer is draw for turn. We'll let him replay lands from his graveyard and then play land, or he will be milling one each time a land comes in as well. So that's going to let him put more lands into his graveyard to play more. Triggers there. Growing the Llanowar Elf and the Saz's Chocobo. Fabled Passage lands are now going to come into play untapped. So very nice. Now just basically a Prismatic Vista. Don't even need to pay life for it. Find a basic, put it into play untapped. That second land from the Ice Till Explorer, definitely going to be pushing some damage for Jacob. That's the route he goes. Yeah, Bristly Bill into a 4/4. Saz's Chocobo. Yeah, there we go. There's the Ice Till Explorer. It's both an exploration and a Crucible of Worlds all in one card. A mill a card. Counter on the Saz's Chocobo. Got a Bristly Bill trigger. We're on the Elf again. Strong Llanowar Elf there. Cracking the Fabled Passage once again. There's a forest. Got some more triggers. I wouldn't go quite so far as to say it was a blazing fast start, but we're definitely seeing what Jacob's deck can do damage-wise. Turn 4 has ramped an extra land this turn. Turned his 0/1, 1/1, and 2/2 into minimum 4/4 creatures. These triggers, gonna mill a card, putting a Mossborn Hydra into the graveyard. Chocobo up to 8 counters. Bristly Bill targeting itself. Doing some math here. John's gonna need to block the Saz's Chocobo. She'll take a 9 though. Go down to 4. Now, assuming that land return does not do it, I don't know what John would be digging for. Doesn't have a Bringer of the Last Gift in the graveyard. Doesn't, yeah, John's scooping it up. Strong showing for Jacob's Landfall deck this second game. Very cool to see a home for all of these creatures that we've had like these pseudo landfall decks, landfall archetypes that have been kind of woven into a few recent sets. Seeing this come together for what Jacob's got going is very cool. Looks like neither player is looking to swap anything up. We're just running it back here. Actually, John going back in, double checking. He's got the Esper Origins out. Could see him wanting someone to play just to sort of gain some more life and filter through, but decides against it. I believe from what we saw there, John has brought in 1 Bitter Triumph, 1 Stab, and 2 Strategic Betrayal. Just more creature removal. Looking to find stuff to slow down Jacob, pick off his creatures before they get too big. Or before he has protection.
Everything except for
Shuffling up, going into game 3. John will be on the play for this one. Let's see what they're able to find here. Jacob did have the Llanowar Elf start on the play in game 2 just now. That was what you're looking for. John had kind of a slow hand that last game. It definitely wasn't enough. See some lands. See an Overlord, a Town Greeter, a Steamcore Scholar. Jacob's on a Tifa, a Bristly Bill, a Llanowar Elf. It's a keep for both players. Wastewood Verge for John, Llanowar Elf for Jacob. Gloomlake Verge for John into the Town Greeter. Gonna mill 4 cards. Give our Satyr Wayfinder effect. Got a whiff. 2 Overlords and a Superior Spider-Man in the graveyard. Overprotect. Draw for turn for Jacob. 2 mana for a Bristly Bill, followed up by a basic forest. Looking to turn the Bill into a 3/3, keep it out of Harvester range. Smart choice. Spider-Man, draw for turn for John. John's going to exile the Bitter Triumph. Draw. Digging for a lane drop, couldn't get there. It's unfortunate with these. He's had 7 looks now between his draws and the Town Greeter. Jacob has now got the green light to just step on the gas. Island, land for turn, grow the Bristly Bill. Play a Tifa, you can hold up. You overprotect. You can play the Ice Tail Explorer, tap out for that. And start getting in for 4 with that Bristly Bill. All in all, pretty small damage from what we've seen so far. John missing on land again. We're going to need to do the Overlord, probably. He's just sending it back. Jacob with a Mossborn Hydra. Draw land for turn. Sorry, draw for turn. See if he's got a land for turn. Gonna keep growing the Bristly Bill. Playing the Hydra. So you are able to stack your triggers there. So Jacob can Bristly Bill, put a 1/1 counter, put a single counter on the Hydra, and then double. Another Town Greeter for John, and we do find land this time. So game is run 3 Watery Graves. Put 1 into hand, put into play tapped, send it back. Archdruid's Charm, draw for turn for Jacob. Still not finding lands. Can search one if he wants.
this one back.
I don't hate. Tap the Llanowar Elf and your 2 forests to find an Archdruid's Charm, or use the Archdruid's Charm to find a Fabled Passage. Use that to find a forest, and you can keep that Overprotect up. Archdruid's Charm, templated just like Modern Horizons 1 Archmage's Charm. 3 different modes, choose one. Jacob electing to choose the first mode to search for a land or creature. Land goes into the battlefield tapped, creature goes into hand. Other modes on the card are to fight something, or bite something, apologies. Put a 1/1 counter on a creature, have it deal damage equal to its power. And you can do like a pseudo naturalize, exile an artifact or enchantment. So kind of expensive at 3 mana, but very, very versatile. Love the inclusion here for him. Gives the option for some creature removal with that fight effect. It helps him find his lands. Does remember to stack those counters correctly, turning the Mossborn Hydra into a 2/2, doubling up to a 4/4. John, with that 3rd land, has now unlocked his hand, so to speak. We know he's got a lot of his important pieces there. If he can hold on, that Steamcore Scholar can help get him there. Ideally find a 4th land. The 2 things he needs. The Scholar can put the Bringer of the Last Gift into the graveyard. The Spider-Man in his hand, assuming he finds a land, can bring that back, remove Jacob's board, and then provide John. Looks like John's just scooping it up. Not able to get there. Fabled Passage, pumping that Mossborn Hydra with the Bristly Bill is going to be too much. Even the Steamcore Scholar is not enough to block that. Super cool seeing Jacob's Landfall deck put in some work here. Really, really push pressure. If your opponent stumbles or isn't able to interact fast enough, you just get run over. That Mossborn Hydra was going to be a 10/10 just from that Fabled Passage. Cool seeing more of this living in deck. I know there's a handful of players on it today in the room. Most of them still around the top tables. We'll keep an eye on them, see who pops back up on stream throughout the day. And that'll do it for us. That was round 3. Sit tight. We'll be right back with round 4, doing 5 rounds of Swiss, so 2 more. Then we'll cut to top 8. Sit tight. We'll be back soon. Hello everyone, welcome back. Here for round 4, the Rocket Standard event RCQ. On the left, we've got Shira playing some blue-white auras. On the right, we've got Nick. We've got more living end action for you all. Doing our best to vary the decks for showing on stream. Keep showing people in contention for top 8, and there's a lot of living end up there. These players are both 2-1 currently. So unable to intentionally draw at this point, but still in contention. We know our top 4 players have intentionally drawn round 4, all going to 3-0-1. And we're looking to round out the rest of the slots in our top 8. Archetypes on those 4 are 2 VV decks, 1 mono red, and Jacob from last round with that red-green landfall aggro deck. Looking at lists here, it looks like Shira's going to 5. It's a rough start. Not where you want to be. Shira's deck is just blue-white bogles, for lack of a better word. Got some Enduring Innocence, Entity Tracker, Gremlin Tamer, Optimistic Scavenger, Silent Hall Creeper. Then got an Ethereal Armor, Fey Flight, Shard Mage's Rescue, Sheltered by Ghost. Play some creatures, play some auras that have some extra effects, and push some damage. See some lands, a lot of lands. Looks like Shira's keeping her 5. Looking at 4 lands. I think that's a Scavenger, if I can see correctly there. Yes, got an Optimistic Scavenger for Shira. Starting out. Nick playing a green-black Surveil land, putting an Esper Origins into his graveyard. Ethereal Armor is draw for turn for Shira. In for 1. And Shira paying 2 mana for that Gremlin Tamer. It's a 2/2. Whenever an enchantment you control enters, you're going to create a 1/1 red gremlin. Lets you go wide for playing your auras. Mechanical Sanctum untapped for Nick into an Overlord. So Nick's list, we've seen the 3rd different living end deck on screen right now. Grabbing a Steam Core Scholar, putting a Bargain, a Breeding Pool, and another Overlord into the graveyard. Nick is on 3 copies of Arden the Usurper. Neither John nor Chaz were on any. Nick's lower on the Harvester of Misery. Silent Hall Creeper for Shira. Nick is also on 1 copy of Valgavoth. Other than that, Nick's list looks mostly similar. Again, the living end decks only have so many slots to move around. You're going to be using Superior Spider-Man to get that living end effect off of the Bringer of the Last Gift. On that, do want to bring up a rules correction here. I was incorrect before, I was talking to some friends. The way that Superior Spider-Man is templated, the exile part of the ability is a reflexive trigger. So you have it enter is a copy of Bringer of the Last Gift, which gets that trigger, and then you bring in, you resolve that living end effect of clear your graveyard, which means that copied Bringer of the Last Gift is no longer in your graveyard to exile it. It's a really cool little rules interaction. Just gets a little loophole there, gets you an extra flying demon. Look at Nick's hand. He's got 2 Bitter Triumph, so we'll be able to start firing off some removal spells if he wants to do his best to control Shira's board. See a Blooming Marsh for play, into a Steam Core Scholar. Gonna draw an Arden and an Awaken the Honored Dead. Going to discard Valgavoth and Arden. Remembering the Belmerk trigger, drop that down to 3. Back over to Shira. Draw for turn is a Plains. We see she's got an Ethereal Armor. Attack with that Silent Hall Creeper. Not able to be blocked. Just in for 1. Draw on a card. Just second Ethereal Armor. Plains, land for turn. Back over to Nick. Looks like she's holding on to the Ethereal Armors. Not willing to start committing to those yet. Which I do like that strategy. But mulling to 5 and just giving Nick time to set up definitely is a cost there. Nick on an Esper Origins, a Bringer of the Last Gift, 2 Bitter Triumphs, and the Awaken. Starting off with an Esper Origins. Surveil 2, put 2 lands in the graveyard, gain 2 life. Back over to Shira. Playing in... It's an entity tracker. Trying to keep tab on all of these standard cards we have not seen a bunch of. Yeah, entity tracker flashed in on Nick's end step at 3 mana there. It's an enchantress effect to draw a card. Shira looking to play an Ethereal Armor on the Silent Hall Creeper, getting hit with a Bitter Triumph from Nick. Gonna pick that off. Shira on another Ethereal Armor. Looking to put it onto the Scavenger. Got a bunch of triggers coming in here. Make another Gremlin. Gonna draw a card. Put a counter. Land for turn. Got a basic Plains. Sure, with a triple Ethereal Armor in hand here. You're gonna spread out that power. Put on the Gremlin Tamer. Putting the Scavenger counter on the Tamer. Drawing another card. Making a 3rd Gremlin. Definitely able to push some damage. Don't think this is enough to fully push through for a kill. Sure, Nick's going to be blocking. Look to just soak up some damage. Yeah. Blocking one of those creatures. Taking 7, going down to 9. I don't believe Nick has a Spider-Man in hand yet. So Shira does still have some time and still absolutely can win this game. If Nick can't put anything to block or remove enough, Shira has gone wide and tall thanks to that Gremlin Tamer. With Nick only on 1 Harvester of Misery, he's definitely a little bit softer to these more creature-focused decks than the other builds we've seen on stream today. Just sort of leaves him Like, the Harvester is not the best spot removal, but it is something. It just sort of plays double duty with that channel ability to deal 2 -2/-2, and then also give that board wipe when you bring it back in. Considering his options, my guess is we're going to see the Awakened, the Honored Dead coming in. Actually, Nick decides to just scoop it up. Looks like he's not going to get there. Shira just, on that mold of 5, very impressive to see. Very strong showing, super cool deck. We're going to go into game 2. We'll take a look at sideboards here. Starting off with Nick. Again, same, still in line with the rest of the decks we've seen. Nick's on 3 Annul, 3 Duress, 2 Harvester of Misery, 3 Heritage Reclamation, 1 Stab, and 3 Strategic Betrayal. I definitely like the Strategic Betrayals with that Edict effect less here than in the other creature matchups we've seen so far. With the Gremlin Tamer, Shira's able to go wide and could just sacrifice a token, which doesn't really do much. However, Nick on the Annul, that has a ton of targets. So much of Shira's deck are enchantments, including some of the creatures. The Harvester of Misery is more removal. The Stab more removal. Can use the Heritage Reclamation as the Naturalize effect. Looking at Shira's side, she's got 2 Demolition Field, 2 Fear of Imposters, 4 Rest in Peace, 1 Restricted Office / Lecture Hall as a room, 4 Seam Rip, and 2 Shard Mage's Rescue. Those Rest in Peace are for sure coming in. It's like always, since Living Death has been printed, you want Graveyard Hate, and it's hard to do better than Rest in Peace. A lot of other options depending on how deep Shira wants to be going, or if she wants to be doing protection as well, or like just stick to the same aggressive game plan with some Rest in Peace to throw a wrench into Nick's plans. Shuffling up. Going into game 2 here. We'll have Nick on the play. You know, take another look at Nick's deck list. He's on a single copy of Llanowar Elves. He's able to start with that one of. That's definitely a big boost. It would give him the option to be comboing on turn 3. Also on a copy of Zombify. Even though it doesn't trigger the actual Living End effect from the bringer, still can bring back something like Arden or an Overlord of the Baelmerk, the Valgavoth, like anything big can just sort of help just put a big body into play, have some extra abilities. See a lot of lands and a bringer for Nick. And it's Shira's hand. I think she's only got 1 land there from what I can see. Does have the Rest in Peace. Has a Silent Hall Creeper. Nick is happy with his hand. Gonna keep that. Shira's gonna send it back. Just that Singleton Island is not going to be enough for her, so definitely like that choice. After this one, we're gonna have one more round of Swiss. I think we're sitting at, if I remember right, we're at 26 or 27 players today. So only 5 rounds. After that, take a short break and then get right into the top 8 matches. Usual will be a bracket, single game elimination. Winner gets the event pin, gets an RCQ invite this time. So extra on the line since we're in standard RCQ season. And then back to the game. We had Nick playing a Watery Grave tapped, Shira playing a Valgavoth's Lair as land for turn. Back over to Nick. Another land, draw for turn. I think I see a copy of Heritage Reclamation in Nick's hand. That is big. Gives him an out to potentially just creature removal if Shira plays an enchantment creature, which the Gremlin Tamer is not. Does have the Bitter Triumph, though. You're going to sacrifice the Bringer. Just remove the Gremlin Tamer before Shira gets any value off of that. Botanical Sanctum and pass it back. Basic Plain Slant Return for Shira. Big draw, gives her access to some easy white mana. She's going to pass it back. Not much going on this game, actually. Nick drawing a Watery Grave back over to Shira. We might see that Heritage Reclamation fired off for Nick, just to cycle that at some point. Shira playing the Silent Hall Creeper. There's the Heritage Reclamation. Fire that off, looking to get that removal spell. Met by a Feyflight. Gonna give some protection. Feyflight being a flash aura, giving a creature hexproof until end of turn, and then a permanent +1/+0 and flying. They're doubling as, so to speak, a pair of pants in Bogo's language. Gonna buff the creature, and then also a protection spell. Unfortunately, not enough to stop the Awaken the Honored Dead removal. Sure, drawing a Sheltered by Ghost. Doesn't have any creatures to start putting those auras on. Next, gonna mill some cards. Chapter 2. See a Overlord of the Baelmerk, a Heritage Reclamation, and a land. Nick does have a Spider-Man, so has the option to do the Living End, which is something. We'll put power into play. Doesn't seem the greatest right now. I think I agree with him. Just passing it back. Not much reason to do this yet. Shira playing a land, sending it back. Lots of land go here. Chapter 3. Nick discarding a Valgavoth. Returning an Overlord of the Baelmerk to his hand. He's looking to pump his graveyard up a little bit more. Just fill that before going for the Spider-Man line to Living End. See a Baelmerk cast for 5. There's some creatures. That's what Nick's been looking for. See a Harvester, a Spider-Man, a Town Greeter, and a Steam Core Scholar. Return 1 to hand. Grabbing the Spider-Man. You have 5 creatures in graveyard now. Breeding Pool into play tapped. Back over to Shira. Oh. Just in the nick of time. Shira with the top decked Rest in Peace. Definitely saving her from losing this game the next turn. Still not in the best spot, unfortunately. She doesn't have creatures, and Nick now has a Overlord of the Baelmerk in play. They're just going to exile the top 4 cards of his deck. And you do not get to return one with the Overlord with Rest in Peace. Because you're going to mill the cards and then select. So the cards are gone. You don't get the chance to select. There are some cards where you mill and you choose from among them. And you do get to keep those ones, actually. So it's some sort of weird templating nuance. And Nick just playing a Superior Spider-Man for just it's a vanilla 4/4. Shira playing a Valgavoth's Lair, passing back to Nick. Still no creatures for her other than that first Gremlin Tamer. Nick in for 9. So Shira's got one turn here. I don't believe Nick has... Yeah, Nick has an Arden, a Steam Core Scholar, and a Spider-Man in hand. Playing the Steam Core Scholar. It doesn't have any actual removal. Discarding the Steam Core Scholar is a creature with flying. Only have to discard one. No creatures for Shira. Rough game for her. Rest in peace in the nick of time to hang on. And then just nothing else to do. Just got to play some lands and pass the turn. But still got one more game. Going to game 3 here. Shira's going to be on the play. Nick is now aware that Shira's on Rest in Peace as well. So that could definitely change the dynamic. Looks like Nick is going back into sideboard to change it up. It looks like he's got his annuls still on the board. I don't think he brought those in. Bringing back a copy of the Meringue River region, it looks like. Nick is on, I believe, 2 of those. Yeah, he's on 2 main. Yeah, we see the 3 copies of Annul and the River Regent off to the side now for Nick. Looks like he's bringing those in. Shira's running it back. Nick looking through for some cuts. Just debating the Harvester, deciding to keep it in. Did take out an Esper Origins. That sort of has been the trend for these living end decks we've seen on stream today. They're pulling out those Esper Origins and the creature matchups in the sideboard. You don't have as much time to just pay 2 mana to surveil 2 and gain 2 life. You really want to be advancing your game plan. Even though that backside is powerful, it's still a 6 mana to get you there, and just isn't quite enough when you need to be using your mana to have some more, like, some greater impact on the game. All right, locking it in. Shira's deck has been cut, drawing her 7. Nick shuffling up. So you see it's a Valgavoth's Lair and a Plains, 2 Ethereal Armor, a Rest in Peace, the Silent Hulk Creeper, and the... Liking on the name... The Entity Tracker. Shira's keeping her 7. Cut for Nick. Let's see what he's working with here. See some lands, see a Harvester, see a Bringer, and a Town Greeter, it looks like, for his 7. I think I like that. Yeah, I get Town Greeter turn 2, or the option for Harvester. Shira starting off with the Valgavoth's Lair. Using the colored dye to represent that she has chosen blue for the Valgavoth's Lair. Turn 2, Silent Hall Creeper. I do like that choice for her. Gives her a creature she can choose to attack with, or creature to attack with, potentially draw another card to look for that 3rd land. No 3rd land in hand, does have some options going to combat and attacking. Nick deciding to not use that Harvester. Shira draws... Oh, she did have a Virgin hand. Apologies there. Drew a Gremlin Tracker, but passing back to Nick. She's deciding to hold back, probably looking to play the Entity Tracker. Flash that in, start getting some value the next turn. So Nick plays a Steam Core Scholar. Draw double land. Discard Bringer. Sending it back over to Shira on Nick's end step. Gonna see that entity tracker get flashed in. It's an enchantress effect with flash to draw a card when you play an enchantment. See a Fey Flight for Shira. Nice to have some protection there. She can rest in peace now if she chooses. Does get the bringer out of the graveyard, but doesn't do much else. She can also just play the Gremlin Tamer and have the option to sort of hold back, protect a creature with the Fey Flight. Looks like that's what she's going for. Playing the Gremlin Tamer, playing an Ethereal Armor. Suit up that Silent Hull Creeper. Make a Gremlin, gonna draw a card. Drawing another land, which is nice. Gonna give her some flexibility to play all her spells out. And get in there. I believe the Ethereal Armor is giving +3/+3. Valgavost Lair itself is an enchantment, which is something I always forget. So you get one from that, one from the armor, and one from the Hull Creeper. Playing another Verge. Sending it back to Nick. This gives Shira Fey Flight protection. Does have the potential risk to lose her board if Nick does have the Spider-Man, which he does not. He wouldn't get additional value off that living end, other than the Spider-Man and the Bringer in play, but would wipe Shira's board. See Nick on 5 lands, a Town Greeter, a Harvester, and a Steam Core Scholar. But a Judge Collier. Assuming this is a rules interaction. Doesn't look like there's been anything that's happened, but unsure. So I know these living end decks have not been putting up results online. Not exactly a big metagame presence so far. But we got a few of them in the room today. Seems like a pretty good place to be. They seem strong. They seem fairly consistent. I wonder if, from what Shira's pointing at, I think she missed a Silent Hull Creeper trigger there. See Judge Jer, giving that a read. Also, I'm about 10 minutes late, and I apologize. I missed the comment in chat about the Overlord picking up the card from Rest in Peace. Because Overlord of the Baelmerk is looking at your full graveyard, you do not get to grab a card with Rest in Peace. Your graveyard is gone, so you pull the cards in the graveyard, and then you select from your graveyard, which you do not have. It's like weird little rules distinction. Go back in it. Nick playing a Steam Core Scholar. I'm gonna draw Awaken the Honored Dead and a Bitter Triumph. Maybe we're just gonna see 2 lands discarded here. Definitely has enough of them. Discarding a Breeding Pool and a Botanical Sanctum. Playing a Watery Grave tapped. And going to combat, getting in the air with that Steam Core Scholar. Flying and Vigilance, a very nice combination of keywords. Shira's at 18, untapping. Basic Plains, draw for turn. Another Ethereal Armor. There's an Enduring Innocence. I'll give some more cards, make another Gremlin. I think she's drawn 2 cards off this. But Enduring Innocence is going to draw off the Gremlin. The Entity Tracker is going to draw off the Enduring Innocence. Drawing another Enduring Innocence. I didn't catch that second card. double checking here for math. I believe Shira is currently at 4 enchantments in play. This gives her some more reach with the ethereal armor, but not massive. It's not a fully lethal threat just on its own. Getting in for 5. Nick down to 8, remembering the trigger.
Pokemon players, your next
Putting 2 counters on.
up. Continue to hold it.
Nick untaps, draws a Rakshas's Bargain for turn. So basic swamp. He does have the option, if he plays the Awaken the Honored Dead, to just pick off the ethereal armor. Gets around Shira having that Fae Flight, which he did see last game. But she does have enough creatures where it just might not matter exactly, and he might need to just go for it to aim for a creature. Taking a thought, goes for the creature, targeting the Silent Hall Creeper. Shira's going to pay that 2 mana, play that Fae Flight. You have Hexproof for this turn, and then permanently flying and +1/+1. Nick with a Bitter Triumph. See if what he's going to discard for it. Just looking at the breeding pool in his hand. So we'll get the removal. Yes. Pitches the breeding pool. Shira going to lose that Fae Flight, lose the Hall Creeper. In for 4 in the air from Nick. Shira drawing another Silent Hall Creeper. Play the Hall Creeper. Get some triggers. Nice little engine going for the blue-white Auras deck. Draw some cards. Gonna make some more creatures. Double land those draws. Balgavoth's Lair into play tapped. Just choosing blue again. And get some triggers. Draw a card off the tracker. Make a gremlin from the tamer. Playing an ethereal armor on the Enduring Innocence. I believe we have 5 enchantments in play now. And draw a card from the tracker. I believe that was a scavenger. Very big Enduring Innocence getting in there. And Nick blocking with the Steam Core Scholar. Yeah, gaining some life, but it's not quite big enough to get the kill right now. Nick milling 3 cards off the Awaken the Endless Dead. See a Spider-Man in the graveyard. I don't believe Nick has a way to get it into hand. Yeah, just for the Town Greeter, the Harvester of Misery, a Bargain, and a land. Harvester is nice. Going to be able to clean up Shira's board a little bit if you choose to cast that. It also shrinks the Enduring Innocence a little bit by removing just that Hall Creeper. But at this point, with Nick at 8, I think he might be priced into needing that Harvester in play. Shear's got five of those 1/1 gremlins. Nick getting in for 2 in the air with the Steam Core Scholar. And Shira using the Fae Flight. She's going to go for the block and get some more value. Send that Essence Tracker into the air. I have some triggers to make a gremlin. Draw a card. Off of the tracker, draw a card off the Enduring Innocence. Looking to block. Yeah, there's the Harvester. Harvester being a 5/4. It's going to give all other creatures -2/-2. So we're going to clear up those 6 gremlins, the Gremlin Tamer, and the Scavenger. The Ethereal Armor still giving the Enduring Innocence +5/+5 from the 2 Valgavoth's Lair, the Innocence itself, and there's the 2 Auras. It's still 7/7, which is a sizable threat. Shira untapping. I think she's got 8 cards in hand now after the draw for turn. It's a very solid place to be as the blue-white aggro deck with your opponent on the back foot a little bit. Gonna see 3 mana for a Trapped in the Screen. And getting that Oblivion Ring effect to remove the Harvester. And that Enduring Innocence right there is just lethal. That's going to be an 8-power creature. There's the Handshake. Super cool. Get to see... I want to say it's more of a... Maybe not a brew. Much less common deck. Get to see a blue-white Auras deck take down that match. Great showing by Nick. Games just didn't find what he needed. Seems to be a definite downside to this Living In deck. Very cool to see more of it. I'm definitely going to keep an eye on it to see where it goes. Congrats again to Shira. Taking it down, advancing to 3-1. Still live for top 8 contention. So sit tight, folks. Stay tuned. We will be right back with round 5, which is our last round of Swiss. And we will see who make our top 8. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned. Welcome back, folks. This is it. Final round of Swiss. Match 5 of 5. Got some more living in for you all to hope you like watching the deck. On the left, we got Matt playing Living End, and over on the right, we've got Greg back again, playing some blue-green. Looking to see how this shakes out. We are looking at filling out the last spot in the top 8. Have some pair ups, pair downs, and some draws. Throw in some rough breaker math at players here. So, I believe the way this shakes out is the winner of this winner of this match should be in. However, there is a chance that one of the two players going between the, let's see what the archetypes are here. It's a super cool red-black deck playing Rot Curse, Rakshasa, and Carnage to get some sort of combo synergies going there. And just a mono red Nova Hellkite deck. So we're looking at these 4 to round out the top 8. We'll be right back after the end of this one. Run through the archetypes that are in, the matchups going on. Back to the action here. Got Greg advancing his board state. Got a Spyglass Siren making the map. Back over to Matt, who won the die roll. Got a Town Greeter in play. Played his 3rd land for turn. Playing another Town Greeter. See a Vein Ripper, a Town Greeter. We did hit a land and Awaken the Honored Dead there. So going back into the usual rundown of the today traditional Living End deck rundown. Match list is much more in line with John and Chaz from earlier. Ooh, there's an Ouroboride for Greg. First time seeing this on stream today. When you go into combat, you're going to give a 1/1 counter to every creature you control equal to Ouroborade's power. Starts as a 1/1. It's going to go to a 2/2. Make everything else get that +1/+1 counter. Or everything, including itself. This next turn, I'm going to put 2 counters on everything. And then 4, and then 8, and so on. You have another way to buff it, or put some more counters into play. This really accelerates. It's a Harvester of Misery on top for Matt. Looking to put it into the graveyard. But as we've seen with the cards here, Matt is more in line with John and Chaz, running the Vein Ripper package on 4 Harvesters. Matt is on a split for Steam Core Scholars, not on 4. He's on 2 Steam Core Scholars and 2 Kioras. Sort of diversify that looting effect. Discarding 2 Bringer of the Last Gift. Greg giving it a read. But Matt definitely has to have something soon here. Greg's going to push some power very fast with this Ouroboride. Cracking the map, targeting the Ouroboride, finding a land. Not exactly what Greg's looking for. He's just looking to get some power. Shocking that breeding pool. 3 mana for a Sirach. Can't be countered whenever Matt targets one of Greg's creatures. Going to draw a card. Putting 2 1/1 counters on everything and swinging in for 4, 8, 12, 16 right there. Does just let Matt block cleanly, just soak up 12 of the damage. Those chump blocks take 4. Yeah, cannot block the... Blanking on that name again. the Beastbinder with the Steam Core Scholar. Could have thrown a Town Greeter under it. If Matt has Superior Spider-Man, I'm assuming he gets this win. If he does not, I think he's done. We will see. And he's got it. As I'd said before, was incorrect on how those triggers stacked. The Superior Spider-Man enters as a copy of Bringer of the Last Gift. You then have the Reflexive trigger to exile the creature, and the Bringer of the Last Gift ETB trigger. So Matt would have been bringing back his full graveyard, leaving Greg with nothing in play. Greg wisely scoops it up there. So will not be able to overcome Matt's, top of my head, we're going to have 30 plus power in play there. And then some Vein Ripper triggers to gain some life and drain Greg. Both players have played this matchup either today or in the past. We saw Greg play it earlier. Going through Greg's sideboard again. 1 Annul, 1 Bounce Off, 3 Unable to Scream, 2 Tishana's Tidebinder, 1 Keen-Eyed Curator, 2 Scavenging Ooze, 2 Heritage Reclamation, 1 Scrap Shooter, and 1 Repulsive Mutation. Keen-Eyed Curator, Scavenging Ooze, nice. Heritage Reclamation is another option to get some graveyard hate, pick off some key cards. Tidebinder can stifle those triggers. It is a bit slow, but is an option there. It looks like Greg is going for all of those mentioned cards. Looking at Matt's sideboard, Matt is in line with a very clean, I guess, philosophy, we'll say, for the sideboarding on this deck. We're looking at 4 Leyland of the Void, 4 Unable to Scream, 4 Heritage Reclamation, 2 Spider Sense, and 1 Bitter Triumph. I don't want that Bitter Triumph for sure. Let's get some more removal. Yeah, Greg's bringing in a big grip of cards. There's a chance Matt's bringing in that Spider Sense. Again, I have not played the Living In deck, so unsure if it's exactly where you want to be. That Stifle effect could be useful. Could also bring back like a Town Greeter or like a Steam Core Scholar or a Kiora to just dig some more. Once again, it's a really strong showing for this Living In deck. I am definitely interested to see where it goes, how this shakes out. Hadn't seen or heard anything about it before this past week, and friends who we've seen on stream are all very high on it, and it looks like a really good place to be. We'll see how it shakes out, both in the local Rockets metagame and in the overall standard metagame, the weeks and months to come. Both players have shuffled and presented. Greg will be on the play here for the second game. Let's see if he can find the Llanowar Elf start. There's a quick thumbs up from Greg. Just likes the hand. Could be mistaken there. Yeah, both players are good to go. Botanical Sanctum, Llanowar Elf. Matt shocking a Watery Grave. Unable to Scream on the Llanowar Elf. Gonna shut off that mana ability on it. That looks like, so Matt's sideboarding was 2 Unable to Scream in the Bitter Triumph. Greg, 2 mana for a Scavenging Ooze. Nice to get that out early. Matt playing a Cavern of Souls. On 1 copy in his main deck. And does have the Bitter Triumph. He's electing to just pay the life there. Pick out the Scavenging Ooze. Greg's playing the Paw Patch Recruit, paying the Offspring cost. Coming in with another 1/1 copy of itself. The Little Rabbit. Wastewood Verge for Matt. Playing a Town Greeter. Get some cards in graveyard. A breeding pool, a Vein Ripper, an Unable to Scream, and a Watery Grave. Unsure what Matt named with that Cavern of Souls. I want to say it's human, but that's a guess. Because I know most of the other deck lists we've seen today have not been on the Cavern of Souls. And Greg's got an Ouroboros. Really, really solid turn 4 play. Gonna put an extra 4 power out there. Matt blocking something. The Town Greeter, soak up a damage. The Paw Patch Recruit and the Offspring token both have trample. Awaken the Honored Dead for Matt. There's another one in hand. Going to Surveil. Might be a bit too late. Unsure exactly how the math works out. The double Paw Patch triggers are... Yeah, Greg's putting them both on themselves. Killing the Ouroboros. Greg in for 8, I believe. Which leaves Matt with this mill ability. And hoping Greg doesn't have. That is a Superior Spider-Man. Draw for turn. Milled 3. Watery Grave, Overlord, Wastewood Verge. Double check in the graveyard. Matt's got a Vein Ripper in there. If he milled the Bringer, that would have been huge. Yeah, not enough, unfortunately, for Matt. Scoop that up. Strong showing by Greg on this blue-green deck. Haven't really had much of an impact with the blue cards he's put in so far. It's seemed more or less in the, what is this, fourth game we've seen him on stream. If you have just been the green deck, just gotta pay some life for shock lands and get some lands that come into play tapped. Need the Spyglass Siren to give some flying and the map for some potential reach with the Ouroboros. It's kind of accelerating on that power curve. But these Living End decks haven't really been the spot, or the VV deck too, haven't been the spots to really show off that the blue splash, like the Annul and the Gene Morph image. You know what? I'm misremembering, correcting myself. That Azure Beastbinder has done a lot for Greg. So the blue splash has definitely shown its worth for what he's been doing. Going to game 3 here. Matt will be on the play. This is gonna determine our top 8, I believe. So we'll see how it shakes out. We knew our top 4, our 4-3-0 players. All took the double intentional draw. Believe we had another intentional draw between another player on VV and Shira on the blue-white Auras deck we saw on stream last match, so congrats to them for making it in. And we're gonna see where this last spot goes. See Greg with a Llanowar Elf, some lands, a Gene Morph image, an Ouroboros. I believe it's a Paw Patch Recruit and a Beastbinder in hand. Matt with a Breeding Pool tapped. Greg with a Forest into an Elf. See an Awaken the Honored Dead in Matt's hand. Channel the Harvester. Just pick off that Elf right now. Second Elf. Greg taking the approach to vary his Llanowar Elf art printings. Matt with the Unable to Scream on this Elf. Into a Town Greeter. Milling Town Greeter, Vein Ripper, Spider-Man, Vein Ripper. If Matt doesn't need to find a land, that is a great set of cards. He does need the land, that's not ideal. I know he's got the Awaken the Honored Dead, but I'm unable to see the rest of his hand. The Greg with Verge. We know he's got the Ouroboros. I think I see an Innkeeper's Talent as well. Playing the Sentinel of the Nameless City. I think it's just a 1-of for Greg. Big Vigilance creature for 3 mana. Makes a map on ETB and attack. Let's see, Matt taking 2 to shock that Watery Grave in. Playing Awaken the Honored Dead. He does remember you cannot use the Cavern of Souls mana for that. Chapter 1 is going to remove the Sentinel. Greg just sending it back. Doesn't want to use that map token quite yet. Chapter 2, mill 3 cards. Unable to scream and 2 lands. Matt did draw a Spider-Man for turn. He does have the Living End set up. There's an Esper Origin. It's going to surveil 2, gain 2 life. Have the option to flash that back later. So I think Matt's just looking to find a bringer at this point. Just give the option to accumulate some more resources, get a bigger living end, maybe set up for just a full combo kill. He surveils a Watery Grave and a Kiora into the graveyard. Yeah, Matt's hand is Spider-Man and Vein Ripper right now. You can get up to 6 mana. You can just cast the Vein Ripper. That definitely will get you there. Another land for Matt, I believe. It's a blue-black Verge. Going to discard the Vein Ripper. And return... I think he's looking in between the Town Greeter and the Harvester to his hand. One of the two. Yeah, picking up a Town Greeter. Yeah, Cavern of Souls is going to be on human here. It does let him cast the Town Greeter and the Spider-Man. It works as a 3-color land for him that way. Green-black Surveil land. Put a green-black Verge into the graveyard. So I know Greg has the Ouroboros and the Innkeeper's Talent. I think there's a Paw Patch Recruit is draw for turn. Just playing that and passing it back. Awaken the Honored Dead for Matt. Play that Verge. Play the Saga. See if Greg's got any interaction here. I think that's what Matt's fishing for at this point. He does need the combo, but also playing the Spider-Man as a Vein Ripper or anything like that could just be good enough. But if Greg is holding on to a Heritage Reclamation or his... That's a bounce off right there. No, that's a Repulsive Mutation. Apologies. Get some protection there. Mechanical Sanctum into play tapped for Greg. Back over to Matt. Overlord of the Baelmerk for Matt. Gonna dig some more. There's a bringer. Matt just firing off the Spider-Man. Greg could counter that with another... there's a Tidebinder. Going to stifle the Spider-Man ability. So Matt's now just has a 4/4. Draw for turn for Greg. He's got an Ouroboros, an Innkeeper's Talent. I think that's coming into play right now. Grow in the Tidebinder. Make that a 4/3. I'm curious what else is in Greg's hand. He's been holding up 3 mana. I don't know if he's just going for the bluff or if he does have Tidebinder. Awaken the Honored Dead, milling a Harvester, another Awaken, and a land. And Matt just sending it back. You know, Spider-Man as a copy of Vein Ripper, but everything else is stifled, so it's just a vanilla 4/4. Going to combat, Innkeeper trigger. Buffing the Tidebinder, Matt's going to chump with the Town Greeter. Greg playing a Beastbinder. Matt drawing a land for turn, giving him double land in hand. Chapter 3 of Awaken the Honored Dead. Matt's going to discard a card and return. I think he's just looking to hard cast the Bringer of the Last Gift. Greg targeting it with a Heritage Reclamation to exile it and draw a card, preventing Matt from taking that line. Overlord up to 2 at the end of Matt's turn. Back over to Greg. Mana for a Scavenging Ooze. Definitely could be a problem for Matt. Greg has a ton of mana to use this ooze. Be able to lock down Matt's living end combo potential, and Matt's had enough. He's scooping it up. Yeah, that Tidebinder was brutal showing it there. Congrats to Greg. I believe this puts him into the top 8, but we will see. Let's see how it shakes out. I know we got some weird breaker math. But that'll do it for our Swiss rounds. Thanks for watching, everyone. Sit tight, hang out. We will be right back with our top 8, starting off with the quarterfinals. I'll give you a breakdown of the decks, the archetypes, who's made it in. We'll very likely have some company on stream with me, so you can get some variety and not just be listening to me. But sit tight, hang out. We will be right back. Thanks all.